Still in the doubles from this morning. First mistake this year. All right, let's have a round of applause as the players enter the court. A little more than that. All right, so I'll introduce the players. Please come closer to the table. 3 feet from the table, please. Thank you. All right, introducing the players. We have from Brown, Michael Fu, Pradesh Tumala, Daniel Jiao. And from UT Dallas, we have Oliver Wong, Massud Haidider, Yute Wong, and Jihan Chu. Umpires on table 1, Linda Leaf, and on table 2, Walter Lamb. Go ahead and shake hands and start playing.
Shoulders in here.
She's not. It's crazy, yeah.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. I'm glad we can always play.
Did your other players didn't come at all? Come over here.
You guys play Cornell.
Sorry?
You play Cornell.
You what?
You play Cornell.
Oh yeah, we're gonna play Cornell next.
Good luck.
Thank you.
They're really nice.
They're good?
Oh, yeah, they're good.
Gentlemen, one side is red, one side is blue. Who wants to call it? He calls red. And it is red. Your choice, serve, receive, or ends. He chooses to serve first. You have your choice of ends. He's serving first. You choose to send. Okay. Your 2-minute warm-up starts now.
Well, first team match here on table 1 today. It's between Brown and UT Dallas. So Michael Fu and Massud Haidider are playing first. I believe one of the players from Brown defaulted, so the first match between Zhang Wei and Oliver Wang. And player's not here, so we're going straight into the second match. This is Coed team round of 32. In the early rounds, they play out all of the matches. I'm also a little curious about Michael's hand, because he had a brace on it when he came out, and it's pretty heavily bandaged for your playing hand. So not sure what the deal is there. Looks like he's hitting the ball okay though.
I'm wondering if it's more wrist or hand.
mean, that forehand looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe I should just be wrapping my wrist as well.
I mean, if that helps your performance, I would be out on the table wrapped up like a mummy. I'd just wrap my whole body. So we have some rounds of co-ed team, and I think also women's team. This team match we played across tables 1 and 2. So if you're the kind of person who likes to have multiple live streams open on multiple devices, you can watch the UT Dallas versus Brown match across tables 1 and 2. Right now on table 1, Michael Fu playing Massud Haidider. You can see UT Dallas already has 1 point on the board for the overall team score. So Linda Leaf umpiring here on table 1, just letting Massud know that his hand is dropping below the height of the table before he tosses the ball for the serve. Linda Leaf, one of the more experienced umpires in the US. Nice misdirection on that forehand.
Yeah, Michael doesn't seem to have any issues with his forehand, although his wrist is heavily bandaged.
I'd be adding more bandages after hitting a forehand like that.
Massud might want to get a couple himself to deal with these attacks coming his way.
Maybe he can get some KT tape. Michael Fu's up 6-1 here in game 1.
Below again?
So it looks like he was faulted for dropping the hand below the table on the ball toss. When you're serving, your palm has to be above and behind the back edge of the table. So one-way traffic here for Michael Fu from Brown. That was a nice serve from Massud. Got a nice kick on that.
Oh, nice backhand.
Oh. This is what happens when you watch the screen and not the table that's right in front of you. I was busy wondering where that ball was going to come down. Great serve return there. Fu with the topspin hook serve. Massud just brushing through the ball. So first game for Michael Fu from Brown. 11 points to 2. 3. That was close.
Don't short him that point.
I wasn't shorting him. I'm not controlling the scoreboard, okay?
Michael is a computer science major at Brown, a senior. And Massud is a business major, a graduate student, originally from Pakistan.
One. Oh.
I must say, Michael's super focused out there. Nice little topspin there from Massud. All the points there won by Massud, just getting that first top spin in.
Yeah, he's going to need to move his feet a little bit more.
I don't know how Michael's playing with all that bandaging. When you have even like a band-aid on your hand, like for me, it really just throws you off completely. It's like you can't feel your racket anymore. And when you can't feel your racket, you don't really feel the ball when you're contacting it either. That being said, he's handling all this very well.
I think the big question is, how long has he had it? So if he's played with it for maybe 3 weeks, he might be used to it. Whereas if it was something that happened in the last 48 hours, clearly he's overperforming, because I agree with you, Matt. Oh, he's, again, dropping his hand. Linda Leaf warned him initially, and not sure what that last one was. Much better serve return by Massud. Nice drop out to the forehand.
I mean, Massud, if he can get his first top spin in,
or his
he's been
serve.
winning the points. Yeah. Now is the time I would start advocating for the backhand serve. Fu backs off the table.
But you can see with Massud, when he goes up to the table, he's having to think it through. A little bit of a, ooh, that's a nice shot there.
Wow. Great long, fast serve and follow up.
Michael Fu finding the wide out to the forehand angle. And now 1 point within going up 2-0 and leveling this team match after Brown had to default the first one.
Come back over. No.
Point UT, Texas. UT Dallas.
UT Texas.
No, there's a team. His teammate is.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Well, 11-9. Closer game there between the two, and Massud doing a better job in the beginning of the game to get his first top spin in. I think he got enough table depth and spin that Fu was kind of overhitting some of those early on.
We're getting a little bit of a re-wrap by Michael Fu.
It does look like his thumb is what has kind of secured the most. Usually if it's your wrist, you don't need to have your whole hand wrapped up.
Exactly.
So I'm wondering if it's the thumb, maybe.
You can definitely see. But I don't know if I'd be opening a water bottle if my thumb was hurting as quickly as he just did.
Come on, go up.
This is where Massud is going to make a difference. Just being steady and there are a lot of opportunities for him to open up. It's not like there's much short play going on here. You know, a lot of the pushes are longer and the serves are drifting longer. There's a lot of chances for him to get on the forehand, and yeah, doing a good job in the first ball. But the thing is, Michael knows that all he has to do is back off and give himself some space and just kind of guide the ball back on the table. Then it's like 50-50 coin flip. A lot of the time Massud's dropping his racket to play topspin again and ends up sending the ball long. Big backhand there.
Oh, beautiful shot by Michael Fu. Just nice forehand, skyward hooking loop.
It's 4-2 to Massud. Fu getting him with the forehand.
Oh, great
wow.
shots.
Nice.
Holy cow. So, Matt, my wife has started to become an online fan of watching table tennis, and she's a Brown alum, so if she were to be watching any of the team matches here, this one would be one that would definitely be her favorite.
I hate to ask this, but I have to. Does she like listening to you doing commentary?
She likes to critique.
No further questions, Your Honor. I'll just leave it there.
But the very first clinic I ever did for a university was at Brown.
Oh.
In Providence. Great point here. Not sure how Massud missed that last one.
Fu got away with it there.
But the Ivy League has always been rather strong in the early NCTTAs along with the ACUIs. So a rich history with table tennis in the Northeast, as they've now expanded to hundreds of schools across the country, Puerto Rico, Canada. Just a wonderful group of individuals. Of course, they are going to be represented in the World University Games coming up this summer in Germany with a very strong men's and women's team. So right now this is Coed team event. Brown against UT Dallas. Brown trailing 0-1. But things are looking very good for Michael Fu to even up this team match.
Come on.
This is how friendly the level of competition is. If you look at the top left of the screen, well, not now, you can actually see that one of the UT Dallas guys is sitting on Brown's bench. So 3-0, Michael Fu. Didn't seem too bothered by the hand bandaging. Had some really nice forehands. Just got the better of Massud Haidider. Massud played some nice opening topspin, but I think ultimately not able to consistently execute on the follow-up. He kind of got away in a lot of situations with top spinning the first ball and winning the point outright, But as the games went on, it got more difficult for him to win outright. So when the ball came back, he was in a little bit of trouble. So Brown puts itself on the scoreboard. And we should have the fourth singles here on table 1 between Daniel Jiao and Zihan Chu. Hella rusty. Nice. That is... Wait, neither of these teams are from California. Where does this guy come from? Did I miss something?
Okay. So one side's blue, one side's red, and one's colored. He's doing red, and it is blue. Serve or receive or ends. You choose to receive. You're serving, you get your choice of ends. Okay, he's going to...
So Daniel is from Toronto.
Warm up and no more.
Yeah. Okay. Caught the lingo bug. Neuroscience major. Nice. Great sport to play if you're a neuroscience major.
And bioinformatics for a graduate student with Zihan Chu.
Well, he's smart because I don't even know what that is. What is.
Sounds like a lot of numbers.
Yeah.
But from a biology standpoint, right? So genetics, I think, is... Daniel from Brown is seated 74th in the singles. I don't think Zihan is actually...
Yeah, maybe he's not playing the singles.
Not playing singles.
That feels like one of those warm-ups where you're hitting the ball, but you know it's not really going to get you anywhere before the match starts. Well, never mind. He had a plan going into that. Maybe it was all a ruse. Not as rusty as he was.
Hella.
Yeah. That looks pretty good to me.
Yeah. The entire Brown team, or at least the two that we've seen, have no difficulty putting the ball away, whether their hand is wrapped or not.
So for Chu, it's really about being more assertive on those serve returns there. Seems like serving a lot of top spin and quick serves, but there are lots of opportunities to flick and loop instead of pushing. I think this is their go-to, is kind of disguised top spin serves, ball pops up, go in for the kill, or long fast. Chu slowing things down. Yeah, Daniel looks pretty sharp to me so far.
Especially on the backhand side. Both players really favoring their forehands, although Daniel has made a number of really nice third ball attacks off the backhand side. 2-point difference here, game one. Right now, it's currently 1-1 in this co-ed team match. Match number 3 is already into the 5th game.
And Chu's caught back up here and tied things up at 7-all. It's got a pretty nice, more drawn out forehand. Some of the slower, spinnier ones are actually working really well. And he gets good placement too, out to the forehand corner of Jiao, and Zihan Chu has the lead here.
It seems like
I feel like Daniel kind of got some cheap points there at the beginning with just a quick serve and attack. Now that we've kind of
settled in,
delved into the first game a little bit, it seems like Chu is a little bit more situated.
Nice deep serve to bring it within 2. Zihan Chu will have the serve now.
So Chu gets it done. UT Dallas take game 1. Really looked like Jiao was kind of steamrolling everything in the first 5 or 6 points, but I think what I like about what Chu did is that he changed the pace a lot. So, you know, some of the forehand loops he was playing, he was really going forward. Some of them he was playing a little bit slower and spinnier. But also like serving fast and then following it up with a slower pace ball. I think he can force a lot of timing errors from Daniel if he keeps doing that.
It seems that one speed Daniel plays very comfortably. Once it changes up, he's still playing a faster stroke, and that's causing a lot of errors as well as mistiming. So
man down. There he is.
Daniel continues
out of the ballpark.
Daniel continues to, as he's trying to return the serve short, pop him up quite a bit. That Zihan has had no difficulties getting his forehand in. Looks like UT Dallas in match 3 has a slight upper hand now at match point. So Brown has to be extremely careful. So they would be within one match of elimination.
Jiao in the lead here in game 2. See how he changes things up. He got a strong start in game 1, but things kind of fell to bits.
Again, I think it's the short serve returns, or just the serve return in general, that Daniel has to pay attention to. That's a nice forehand block after a slight pop-up.
To be honest, I feel like he only needs to block the first forehand from Chu, and then he probably will have a chance to counter-attack.
Once again, yeah. Reeling him in. Start slow. Catch up around 6 or 7.
You see there's a very subtle wrist action in the hook serve, which he's going to change now. Oh, he had his chance. Definitely think Chu has a slightly more reliable game than Daniel, but Daniel seems to be going on these little runs of winning a few points in a row and then making more unforced errors and then winning a few more points again. It's not really sustainable for him, but at the same time it could be enough to get him over the line.
And to force a potential 5th match. Which won't occur because of the default in the first singles.
Yeah. So Chu takes game 2. Again, another big start from Daniel Jiao, but I think Chu's just been a little bit more reliable. We haven't really seen Jiao blocking. He's been the aggressor for most of the match. I think Chu's been a little bit smarter where he's took his foot off the pedal a little bit and kind of let Daniel run with it and play the fireworks shots, but maybe not be as reliable.
And definitely, I think with Chu's serve, he's gotten more pop-ups, giving him the opportunity to attack the forehand side. So right now it has been all UT Dallas.
Definitely plenty of room for Daniel to work his way back into the match. But again, that first forehand opening from Chu is just pretty steady, but there's a nice quality to it, I think. He's not doing anything hugely threatening. He's just kind of rolling through the contact, especially on the backhand. I think also Chu's placement has made it much more difficult for Daniel to win more points in a row from attacking.
I think with Daniel's more of a one-dimensional game, where Chu
serve and attack.
Yeah.
But you know, also you kind of get the impression, at least right now, Daniel's the kind of player where it's like, if he gets his serve where it needs to be and he gets an easier response, he's probably going to win the point. So he's just setting it up from the serve and picking those shots off. But I think as the match has gone on and Chu has kind of gotten a little bit more comfortable with the serve return, it's been less easy for Daniel to win those points, and things have really started shifting.
And obviously Daniel's had some issues with the serve return, whereas Chu's had a lot of opportunities to finish the point directly. And it's only been 11-9, 11-8. So relatively close, but...
Right now, 4-0 though.
Yeah.
Nice serve there across the middle of the table.
And the timing, when it's there, it looks great. When it's not there, that's the type of shot that Daniel Zhao's had issues with.
Yeah, a lot of the time it's the slower ball. Just more awkward timing.
Chu going for a big forehand. He's forcing the last two to bring it within 1 point.
The last 2 points show you that Daniel can do some really small changes and pick up points quite easily. Like that, just a change in placement. It's not like to win points he has to climb a mountain. Like there's some very basic executions that he could implement that would probably make a big shift in the match. That's not one of them.
Right. His serve return's been hanging. Not sure if he's literally trying to keep it short or just trying to keep it low, but it's popping up.
I feel like it's that shot. Like his backhand is a little bit softer, so even when the serve's long and fast, it's almost like he would rather push and try and get the ball heavy and maybe force an error than roll the ball slow, and at least, you know, then it's topspin and it's more comfortable. So Chu sailing away here.
I think it's 8-5.
while Chu was actually referencing the screen. Technically, the umpire's score is the official. Jihan Chu hasn't looked really uncomfortable at any time during the match. Even when he loses points, he's just kind of walked them off and got back to it. A couple of good points there from Daniel.
Daniel's making a run right now. Once again, just a pretty straightforward side spin with a light amount of top spin serve, but Daniel keeps popping him up, and once again in there we have it. 3-0, 11-9, 11-8, 11-9 for Zihan Chu.
Yeah, definitely some chances in there for Daniel, but like you said, serve return. Just, I mean, when you think about how close each game was, and you think about how many loose serve returns there were from Daniel, it certainly made a huge difference. So UT Dallas takes the win over Brown.
3-1?
3-1, yes. So that concludes that men's team round of 32 match. Men's Coed team round of 32 match, and we actually have a women's team match coming up. I believe it's women's team. It looks like women's team. Yes, WT, women's team. So that's between Cornell and Illinois, the home team. That'll be starting here in a little bit.
women's team match. Cornell versus Illinois. So from Cornell, we have Gina Fu, Muskan Gupta, Shastri, Haidider. From Illinois, Leila Moon, Shirley John, Cynthia Huang. Umpires Eric and Jorge. Shake hands and start your matches.
All right. Well, we're starting here in this women's team round of 16 between Cornell and Illinois. We're actually starting off with the second match here on table 1. So, Muskan Gupta on the left. Leila Moon on the right. Muskan we saw a little earlier today in the women's doubles. I'm going to say round of 16. I know the match card's in here somewhere. It's going to be the last one, I can tell. I'm pretty sure it was round of 16. Or was it a quarterfinal? It was a quarterfinal because they were the 5 seed. Didn't make it through though. They lost to Anastasia Wang and Tiffany Lam. So Muskan back here for the women's team round of 16. You said her goal was to reach the semi-final of the women's team event, so they need to get through this one and one more. I think Cornell, the 4 seeds, taking on Illinois, the 6 seeds. Wait, how does that happen in a round of 16? Did I miss something?
Let's check this out.
Is that correct? 4 and 6 in the round of 16? That can't be right.
A very strong flip.
All right, well, let's just ignore that for now. We'll move on and see how the match goes. Only one of these teams is going to reach the quarterfinal anyway, so.
So there are 16 women's teams that have qualified. I would say on paper, I think the smart money is on Cornell in this match. Definitely, I liked Gupta's backhand in the initial doubles match that we saw her play.
So Leila Moon starting with the serve.
I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of backhand openings by Gupta.
Looks like Moon will be looking for more topspin rallies. Oh, looks like Leila's water bottle was still inside the court. Wow.
Beautiful
nice
shot.
I can't do that anymore. That was a nice forehand. Gupta over the table. Yeah, looks like she's not as confident opening up with the backhand. So I think we're going to see Gupta can just push to the backhand side and wait for her opportunity to open. Just making some unforced errors on those openings though in the last 2 points. Three unforced errors in a row, and Leila Moon is getting some free points here just by backhand pushing.
Again, Gupta was the 2023 Pan Am Under-19 Girls Team Champion, so quite the experience. Of the freshman in computer science at Cornell. There's the backhand right there.
Yeah, I mean, she's slow and spinny, and she'll win all of these points. But, you know, if the unforced errors continue against the long pushes, then the scoreline is going to be closer. Right now, Gupta 10-6. First game point of this match between Cornell and Illinois. I think Cornell are quite significant favorites in this match, even though apparently according to the sheet they're the 4 and 6 seeds, which I just can't see how that's correct for a round of 16. Full timeout there from both players. course, Cornell also have Gina Fu as their #1 player. I'm not sure if she's tied up playing.
I think she is in a singles match right now and will be just playing it out of order. Again, this championship weekend with co-ed teams, women's teams, men's and women's singles, in addition to doubles and mixed. Jam-packing a lot of action.
I do like that they have a women's team event. I think it's, a lot of the time with the co-ed teams, obviously with the exception of Harvard, they are usually male dominant. And, we commentate MLTT and it's the same. There's one woman per team. It's a very different atmosphere and environment for them. So it is nice. And I think it's very useful for getting more girls involved in playing sport, for them to be able to have women's team competition. Nice play there.
Excellent by
Couple
Moon.
of shots down the line on each side. Yeah, I think just to have that social environment, having a team full of other female players is really positive. And it's an area of growth that's so important for table tennis and hasn't really thrived for a long, long time.
No, it's definitely the first women's league of its kind in the United States for table tennis. So the initial champion of NCTTA was Virginia Tech back in 2005. That was the last tournament that I was at, so I can remember the ladies in their inaugural campaign. USC came second, Virginia came third, and Texas Wesleyan didn't even field a team, and it was at Texas Wesleyan. So, right now,
I feel Texas Wesleyan has had a very wavy history in the women's team event. They've had some years where they've been really strong.
As in defending champs right now.
Yeah. Then other years where they've had like maybe one or two top players and then the bottom half has been a little bit weaker, which has made them vulnerable to teams that stronger overall.
Well, when you have some Olympians, especially those that end up getting to the quarterfinals with players like Wang Chen. But I think you're absolutely right, Matt, with the importance of women's table tennis as a team event. Obviously, women's singles is being played here, women's doubles, and the mixed.
Gupta was not put off by the sound of a train horn in the background as she battered that backhand down the line.
I misspoke. There will not be mixed doubles here. Maybe we can get that on the agenda.
Well, now that it's an Olympic event.
Exactly.
Maybe it should be.
There's even more reason. An event that China has never won.
Yeah.
And it will be contested in Los Angeles.
Wait.
They've only had it once. Japan beat the Chinese.
No. They've had it twice. They won in Paris.
That is correct.
Against North Korea in the final. That was right before the journalist stepped on Wang Chichen's racket. So that went from, not from 0 to 100, but from 100 to 0. So Gupta very much in control here. There have been a few points where everything's gone right for Leila Moon. I think with the forehand more so than the backhand, but she hasn't really been able to set that ball up. I think just the fact that she's kind of... Looks like Jorge wants the ball toss to be straight. Off the backhand serve again.
Credit Jorge with that service winner.
Yeah, I think Gupta has a lot more options on her side of the table. Nice block down the line.
Good control.
I mean, you've got to give players like that a lot of credit. It is really not easy. And, you know, when I talked before about players who are going from the club small tournaments to coming out here and being on a main court with cameras on them, especially when you're in a match where your opponent is quite a lot higher level. You also have players who they just play in their college. They don't even play club tournaments, and they're now on a center court with an enormous court around them. It can be pretty intimidating. It's a very, as you said earlier, very professional environment, which a lot of them are not used to. They just knuckle down and they keep going.
I think regardless of the outcome of any of these matches, just the memories and the experience that all these teams will take with them from this weekend. As you mentioned earlier, Matt, it's not free entry. Everyone shows up. You have to qualify to get here. So from the regional, from the divisionals, these players have battled as a team, and then to have the opportunity to play at the nationals is a really big deal. It's something that their classmates and friends back home are following the action, whether it's on social media or watching on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, we played divisionals at Penn State, and we played the Midwest Regional at Triangle in North Carolina. I still have really good memories of that, of winning the, especially winning the regional, because two of my old friends and teammates from New Zealand were in the Duke team that we beat in the final. So, you know, Supreme Kiwi Award. That's
bragging
great fun
forever.
For me. Yeah.
And the beauty of the team event just shows the depth of every country. Every team, you might have one superstar, but if you don't have the depth, you're not going to come through. You've got a singles and a doubles that they can be part of, but it's the 2, 3, 4 player that makes a huge difference. So Gupta gets the W. Last game 11-5.
Yep, comfortable 3-0 win for her. As I said, though, honestly, I think some of the nicer looking points were actually won by Leila. She hit more kind of outright finishing winner shots. Gupta was just steadier and more controlled. I'll be honest, I don't know what match is coming onto this table next. I'm going to assume it's probably the fourth singles between Heidi Lim and Cynthia Huang. But not sure. We'll find out in a minute.
want to choose? Blue. Serve to side? Side. 2 minutes.
All right, well, we're already 2.5 matches into this women's team round, which I'm convinced is a quarterfinal, but it's being labeled a round of 16. And we're playing the first match. So back to the beginning. Gina Fu from Cornell taking on Joshin Ren from Illinois, who you can see on screen now.
You know, Matt, we mentioned about Team USA had their trials for the World University Games, but Gina will be representing Canada in the upcoming 2025 in Germany World University Games as well. So not just members of Team USA here in the championships, but our neighbors to the north. Definitely enjoyed hearing both the U.S. national anthem and the Canadian during the opening ceremonies. A number of players from Toronto, as well as all the provinces. So this should be a good match here.
There's usually teams from UBC here, and
a great serve.
nice serve placement there from Fu. Long and fast, just across the center line. Catches Ren in the elbow.
Oh, beautiful control there.
Ren just hanging back at the mid distance, taking a little more time with her shots. Fu is really going to be the one that stays up very close to the table.
Ren just doing a really nice job of getting her offense going and into each point.
Step around forehand's looking pretty good.
Extremely patient. Gina Fu being very aggressive with her serves.
I think Cornell are up 2-1. So it's 1-1 on the scoreboard here, but we've played 3 matches.
So Ren is actually seeded 6th in women's singles here, and Fu comes in at 12th.
Whoa, great rally. Fu really going on the offensive there.
Great off the bounce attacks.
Look at the placement, just right at the body.
Oh, beautiful backhand. And Fu just takes that offense away, finally hits the net.
You can see that she keeps hitting that mark. See it here in the replay. Look at the backhand just going straight into that elbow. Smooth pickup there.
Yeah. Gina Fu is going to have to keep that serve a lot shorter, otherwise Ren is going to go for her big forehand.
Fairly sure if Illinois win this, it will go to the doubles. I think Cornell's up 2-1. So there's a lot on the line here for Gina Fu.
Just really playing beautiful shots, both on the forehand and backhand side, taking her time. Generally, I feel like if Gina can get into the backhand-to-backhand exchanges, it's really going to favor her.
Yeah.
That time overcooked the ball just a tad as she got anxious and reached out for it. But still in the driver's seat. Not an easy block from the middle position by Gina. Managed to just jam through the ball, playing it out of her pocket, but game point.
Yeah, again, that elbow placement, she's just been hitting it consistently. Big effort there from Gina Fu. Takes game 1, 11-8. I think you're right. She's definitely got more firepower on the backhand. She takes the ball a little earlier. She's very direct with the kind of punching at the ball.
Really uses the timing well, right off the bounce. I think one of the big points was that one ball into her elbow that she was able to return.
Yeah.
But both players playing exceptionally high-level tactics.
Gina getting a lot of feedback there from a Coed teammate from Cornell. I feel like sometimes her backhand maybe a little bit too flat, especially when it's dropping a little below the net height. It's a nice move there from Ren.
I think if Ren starts out on the forehand, she'll have a lot more real estate to target. Gina Fu very strong out of the backhand corner.
There down the line, clip the edge a little, but
seems like once Ren is able to get her first forehand in, she has so many more options. If it's just the backhand to backhand exchanges, Fu should have her way playing it all over, especially that shot to the middle.
You can see that Ren's being a lot more deliberate with her placement this game.
Just getting that first ball on each time. Not passively, but with her offense. Wow.
Very nice wide angle there.
Great timing.
Made it look easy too. Joshin Ren definitely has a nice technical game to watch.
Oh, that's so beautiful. Just controlling the angles both cross court and down the line.
Super, oh, it didn't look as aggressive in slow motion, but the timing was quite aggressive on that one. Very early in the bounce. Added a little hook as well.
It's going to be interesting, Matt, to see what Gina Fu can do differently in game 3. Because right now it has all been Illinois' Ren just dominating game 2. 11-2. What a blowout.
Wow. Well, we're going to find out what Fu comes back with in game 3, but that second game was insanely one-sided.
And I really don't think that Gina Fu played all that poorly.
No, but it's just the angles, like, she's not, if she's on the back foot, it's really hard for her to cover the distance between those shots. She plays really well when the ball's close to her body. That's why the backhand punches and the forehand drives are really effective. But if Ren can just push the ball out to those corners, you know, she's not hitting crazy overpowered shots. She's just hitting her placements really well. It's really a battle of, can Fu get it into the elbow of Ren before Ren can play it out to the corner? I think that's going to be the story of game 3.
Fu definitely imposing her timing and her backhand more in the first couple points here.
Yeah, I mean, if she's going to get back into these backhand exchanges, she has a chance to kind of reimpose herself on the match.
Just a little bit of rushing by Ren. Nice opening with the forehand. And trying to take that second ball right off the bounce. Just played it too wide. I mean, we've seen just backhand to backhand.
Yeah, but why is Ren playing these angles? She knows already from game 1. It's not a good strategy for her to get stuck in these backhand diagonals.
Talk about a turning of the tables from game 2 to 3. Could not be more of a difference here. Gina Fu looking very strong and likely to go up 2-1. And that court was so open for Ren. Just unable to keep the ball down as she goes long one more time. And finally gets on the board. You know, in this situation, Ren should not worry about the game. Just try to get her offense, get some momentum going, just to, even if she can get to 5 to 6 points, because clearly all game 3 has been Gina Fu dominating the backhand to backhand exchanges. And right now, Ren could take possibly these next 2 points. Here comes a timeout. So Matt, you mentioned the number of New Zealand players that have played in the States. Is there any collegiate leagues of a similar style in New Zealand? Nothing?
No.
So that's why they're all coming to school over here.
I mean, there are not that many reputable schools to choose from in New Zealand. There are some, like, reasonable universities, but, you know, it's a small country. There's, like, 4 or 5 main universities, which is nice. Like, you don't have the same pressure that you have in the US, where getting into schools is really competitive. You know, by the time I went to university, they were trying to pay me to go to their school. Like, they were like, pick us. But it was very stress-free, I would say, which I think it shows in, like, what you see of the people. Like, New Zealanders tend to appear very laid back. You know, they're good critical thinkers, but they tend not to stress too much over a lot of things. But yeah, it's a good opportunity for them to come here and go to really reputable schools, but at the same time continue playing table tennis and doing something new, something fresh. You know, when you play in a small country, you grow up playing the same people over and over again in the same tournaments year in, year out. And when you go to a new country, and it's a great rally, you go to a new country and, you know, maybe the level's a little better, not crazy better, but a little better. But it's different. The format's different. You meet new people. You get to catch up with old friends still. But, you know, this whole qualification system, divisionals, regionals, nationals, it's fun. It's a nice challenge. And it's just, it's something different. And I think knowing that you can only play it for 4 years also makes it a little bit more
precious.
Yeah.
Each year has a lot more meaning.
Yeah.
I think that's true. Across the board now, we do have a number of graduate students that are playing.
Gina Fu got the job done in the same way she started game 3. Joshin Ren, she did get a little run of points there for a while, but Fu was in control for most of that third game.
Taking a couple more risks, but obviously got the rewards as Gina Fu continues to impose her will, representing Cornell in this women's team matchup here in Rockford, taking on a home state team in the women's competition.
I would say almost that the fate of the team match rests on this game.
Absolutely.
Which it does.
Great off the bounce play by Gina Fu.
Yeah, she's going from strength to strength here. And that's a worrying sign for Ren because, you know, she's trying to switch things up and target the forehand. And Gina is bringing the aggression on the forehand, still getting good cover on the backhand as well. Super early timeout here from Illinois.
Anything that Ren can do to cool down Gina Fu, who's just really pulled out the stops to put it on her back. I mean, she's going for the shots. She's not holding back or waiting. She's forcing errors from Ren. Great play on the forehand side, but moving the ball around as well. Look at the shot out to the wide forehand. Super huge point for Ren. She's got the serve. She cannot afford to let Gina storm out to another big lead. Smart location to loop too. Gina's backhand has been working so well for her in the last 2 games.
Point there for Fu. Serving deep to the back end.
What angles by Ren. I think both white lines. One ball after another. Fu did everything she could just to touch it. But now we're tied up at 3 apiece.
That wide angle off the side of the table.
If you look here on Ren, very little backswing, just takes it, gets really close to the ball, and then just nice shoulder rotation and creates an insane wide angle to the forehand.
Yeah, and she's just borrowing Fu's acceleration for those shots.
That time, Gina Fu did a much better job of covering the ball out to her forehand. Nice commitment, good footwork. Wow, what a recovery by Ren, picking that ball up, and is rewarded by a nice edge. That is some serious hustle.
Bit of a net clip there from Fu. replay on the other one.
I think there's a chance we might get it. And both players really stepping up the tempo, taking a lot of shots off the bounce, but mixing it up, both trying to find the elbow area.
Gina getting a bit of help from the net on the last couple of points.
Great forehand by Gina Fu.
Really well set up and anticipated.
I mean, the one thing, Matt, it just feels to me that Gina wants this more. You can hear her.
That's why I think it's a quarterfinal. I'm just convinced that it has to be a quarterfinal. We're going to find out if I'm right eventually.
Well, this would bode well for Gina going into the singles to beat one of the top seeded players. And big backhand exchange. Now that ball catches the top of the net and goes long, and we are now tied 8 apiece here in game 4.
I'm right. It is a quarterfinal. I mean, it had to be. It's 4 and 6. So this is, this is Muskan Gupta's dream potentially coming to fruition here of the team making the semifinals. And I mean, Gina, she will want to win it here. Yes, they could go to the doubles and they could probably be the favorites going to the doubles, but just take it now. There's a little bit of fortune in her favor, so, you know, you got to take these opportunities when they're presented for you. She's had 3 points out of the last 5 or 6 that have kind of fallen her way, so she needs to capitalize off that. But Joshin Ren is not going anywhere.
She wants to send this match in one direction, and that's into the 5th. That was a mistake, going soft to the backhand. Gina Fu just jumped on this shallow backhand.
I was surprised that Gina played such a soft ball after the flick follow-up. She picked it up a little bit late, and I thought Joshin Ren was going to...
What an angle by Ren, continuing to play the ball out to the forehand side. Gina doing everything she can.
Ren doing a great job of staying calm after that ball clipped the net, just to recollect herself into the rally.
The vocals from Gina Fu. Match and tie point. Little mistiming. Joshin Ren continues to just play very nice shots off the bounce, down match point, Trying to extend this into a 5th game.
No timeouts available. Yeah, nice serve variation there from Fu.
Once again, back to deuce.
Nice backhand.
How much spin was on that ball?
I love that she just kind of was patient and let that ball drop off the side. Brought her racket down a little and just flicked through the contact.
Oh, both players just upping their game here. Now 14 apiece. Ball catches the net. It still gets returned.
Actually, Ren is just, I feel like she's better off just slow spinning from further back. I mean, when she's playing forward, Fu is kind of in control. She's closer to the table. It's actually the slow ball that really throws Fu off more. But
She likes the rhythm.
The heavy spin ball from Joshin Ren was great. At 16-14, what a game. Probably the most intense game, individual game that we've had so far today. Definitely one of the more intense matches. It's going to go to 5.
Well, if you want a spot in the Final Four, you're going to have to earn it. And both these players are playing so well. You can just see each player trying to impose their will on the other. Gina Fu liking the quick off the bounce.
I actually like that this match is where it is as well, because this was meant to be the first match. But now you have this situation where actually this match now decides who wins. Kind of flipped the draw on its head. And it's either Cornell take the win from here or it goes to a deciding doubles. So there's a lot on the line in this upcoming 5th game.
I really feel right now that the way Ren dodged that bullet and was able to kind of wrestle control over the timing to get those slower spins, to mix it up, to give her something to work with instead of just getting into the quick off-the-bounce counterattacks that Gina Fu is so adept at. Let's see if Ren is able to reestablish. Got to step around that ball, just one more step. Can't play it squared up to the table on the forehand.
So it looks like the umpires are actually pulling the Coed players that are meant to be playing for Cornell on another table. They're actually being, you know, yeah, the women's players can stay here to finish this match, but your guys' matches are possibly slightly more important than your coaching duty, given that there are also no timeouts left anyway. So.
Gina has to make that forehand opening. She cannot afford any easy errors. We're tied up 2s all across the screen. Looks like Ren is slowing down just a little bit on her forehand attacks.
Yeah, they've been a bit late.
Yeah, just
the backhand she's still winding up.
Backhand she gives herself a lot more margin, but you can see the forehand. She's now caught the net a couple times in a row.
You almost wonder if she's kind of made a couple of unforced errors at important stages that have just made her hesitate a little bit. I mean, it looks like she's playing a full shot, but there's a little bit of contact acceleration that seems to be missing.
Oh, a great 1-2 combination backhand punch by Gina Fu as she now takes the lead 5-2 here in Game 5. Again, looking to push Cornell into the Final Four. Just an excellent match by these two top women players for their respective schools. I'm sure Gina would love this serve back. Really didn't give her much to work with as Ren was able to jump on top of it. And Ren,
the gap closes.
Just battling back.
Nice angle. You're right, though. She has slowed down, but I think a little more consistent in that rally. And you can see she is looking for more rotation instead of necessarily playing these quick back and forth rallies. She's taking a little bit more time, building the spin a bit more, and just looking for that opportunity to play wider to the forehand. And this time the net clip will go in Joshin Ren's favor.
Just seems like Fu is, I think she's playing the right tactics to try to keep the upper hand timing-wise, but she can't be over-anxious to where it's causing her to reach out for the ball, especially with the amount of spin that Ren is playing on her opening loops from the backhand side. Great shot by Gina. Just lines up the forehand and puts all of her weight into it.
I'm surprised Ren got back the first one. It's a nice recovery from her, but I mean, if Joshin wins this game, both of these players have to stay on the table because they're both in for the doubles. Muskan Gupta would join Gina and Shirley Zhang would join Joshin Ren.
Oh, that ball caught the edge of her racket.
Nicely set up. Heavy,
that
heavy
backhand,
ball.
she just, it was so juiced up.
That was a
How
perfect
Gina was
opportunity.
able to get on top of the ball. It was just amazing. And that's where the tempo, the off the bounce, Gina Fu will take that point every day.
I mean, Ren literally from the serve, setting the pace that Gina's most comfortable with to the placement she's most comfortable with.
Oh, and that's just heavy topspin. Good leg
Working
power.
well for her. I really don't know who's going to come out on top of this match.
This has been so exciting.
Really hectic.
I mean, both players taking 3 and 4 point momentum swings to get their game going, then only to get stymied by the other player. Nice deep serve. And Ren able to defend the middle. Fu wanting to press until finally that ball hits the net and it goes off.
8-8, 2-2. Cornell 2-1 in the lead. If Gina Fu wins this, Cornell advances to the semi-final. If Joshin Ren wins it,
we
we'll
go to the doubles.
Well,
that's a great backhand.
And
so
again,
spinny.
Now, when you start to see that there's more separation between shots, so if there's separation between the shot placements that Ren's making, then you see Gina struggling. If the shot placement is close together between shots, a little bit too comfortable for Gina. Oh, that's a big point. That was a huge recovery.
Great pickup.
Nearly blew my eardrums out.
Yeah, I was going to say, vocally,
yeah,
Gina has been at the top of her game.
Top of her lungs.
Ren continues.
I hope this is not half long. Oh, man.
Oh,
I really didn't want it to be.
A serve that gets hit back for a winner.
There was a part of me that just saw it coming. And I really didn't want it to happen, but it's not a nice way to lose that point when it's so important. But
especially after so many points back and forth, to do it at 9-all. Much better serve there. And a nice digging push. And you can hear Gina Fu encouraging and exalting herself. Deuce in the fifth. Oh,
slow, very slow ball.
Ren, a little bit of anti-pace there, just took everything off of it and just spun it up, and now taking a little walk.
Just ready to go.
Oh, she liked to serve it right over the net, not even place it on her own side. And we will go into the doubles after just a tremendous match between two super players fighting for their schools, as it is now.
Match of the day so far.
2-2 with Illinois and Cornell. So we will be treated by a doubles match with these two players being asked to come back for double duty. What a great deuce in the fifth match.
Well, I think they'll probably try and take a minute of break maybe, but they're both staying on the court.
Yeah, I was going to say, give them a full minute.
Yeah, give us a minute. I mean, I think we'll be back in a moment.
Ladies. Okay, so again the same colors, blue, red. Who want to choose?
Red?
Red. Red. Silver, silver, or two side? Receive. Side. This side. Who serves? No. So you want to serve first? So Ren serves. Yashin serves first. Who receives? Maybe you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Well, Cornell and Illinois are going down to the wire in this women's team quarterfinal, not round of 16, quarterfinal, between the 4 and 6 seeds, Cornell in the 4 seed spot, Illinois in the 6. What a match we just had here on table 1. Joshin Ren digging deep to get the win over Gina Fu and force a 2-2 tie in the team match, and this doubles match will decide which of these two teams advances into the semifinals. And I feel like Gupta and Fu may have the slight upper hand in the doubles. I think Gupta's steady open and Gina's quick follow-ups are going to be a big factor here. Haven't seen Shirley Zhang playing on table 1. She was over on table 2 in the match. Gupta can't afford to make errors like that. This is not just any doubles match, Sean. This is the decider. You
exactly.
Can't be missing.
This is a year in the works, fighting all season long to get right here.
Oof. I mean, also, Gupta can't afford to put any unnecessary pressure on Gina. Gina's just come off the back of a really tough loss, but also a match that she kind of put everything into. So Gupta and Shirley Zhang have a responsibility on their shoulders here to step up. Gupta rising to the occasion there with that serve return. Gupta getting vocal. You can see this is a big match for her as well.
Cornell, this is the 5th seed in women's doubles with Gupta and Fu, and that ball's going to just get swatted away.
After this finishes, we have a Coed team match between Yale and Illinois. That's round of 16. They have started that match over on table 1.
3-5.
Oh, nice return by Shirley Jung, just taking that forehand right off the bounce. A nice serve return. This is where Cornell has to be very careful. They do not want to start this fifth and final. Nice backhand. Shirley needs to get back into the point after she plays one rally, though. She was just hanging out on the forehand side.
She was probably hoping Ren would finish that point off. Good. Backhand serve receive, quite solid. Had a decent amount of acceleration considering it wasn't not really wristy. The wrist was kind of locked up.
Matt, I think this is where having a partner with the shot-making skills of Ren can really help out. Look at the nice serve by Jung to force Gupta to put it into the net. Doubles is all about teamwork. It's not necessarily the level of any of the players in singles, but it's how they work and mesh their games together. And right now, Illinois, oh, that's a difficult ball after it catches the net.
She's had a pretty nice afternoon with the nets.
8-7.
Just noticed we've acquired an extra umpire.
Yep.
This is a very important match.
8-8.
Wrong side.
Wow.
Oh. Right now, Cornell within striking distance of game 1.
And Illinois in striking distance of Cornell. Well, never mind. Maybe not. Game 1 in the books for Cornell. That'll be a relief for them. It's not a perfect start into this match for them at all. Certainly some discussions they'll need to have going back to the bench. And should give the Illinois pair a little confidence knowing that they were in it with a reasonable chance. But I think it is going to get tougher for them as the Cornell pair knuckle down and eye up the finish line here.
I think it's going to be very important for Cornell, for Gina Fu, to just really establish her offense going into this second game, to really take away any options that Illinois has with Ren picking and choosing what type of ball she wants to go with. If she's forced just to keep the ball in play, that'll give Gupta an excellent chance of really putting a lot more pressure on Jung, especially to the corners. I think you have 3 players relatively close in level, and I think Jung is slightly lower. But so far in game one, she's held her own.
Definitely handled some of the serve receives pretty well.
Yeah, and I think it was the last deep serve that Gina Fu did, knowing that Jung is not going to step around and use her forehand, that she's going to be more comfortable on the backhand side. So it will be Cornell with the serve and the 1-0 lead. Gupta will serve to Jung. Again, they're giving signals. It looks like starting with deeper serves. That was actually called.
You say serving inside the table?
Yeah. That's
so she was off the side of the table but in front of the line?
Yeah.
He's got a keen eye, I'll give him that. Yeah. That's well spotted. She was standing quite far over onto the right side, so I think she was literally contacting the ball not over the table anyway. She might have been a little bit in front of the line. Obviously where he's seated, he gets a bit of a better view of that than us, since he's literally sitting right next to it on the right of the table.
And having the assistant umpire is going to make it that much easier to call balls on the opposite side of the table. Here's an opportunity for Cornell to get some offense going with Gina Fu hitting Joshin Ren. But Illinois starting strong here, up 3-1. Nice continuous attacking by Cornell. Again, I think if they get the whole series where everyone's touching the ball once, it's going to just be tough for Shirley Jung to keep up with the tempo. Oh, nice shot there. That's the second time we've seen Shirley take that forehand off the bounce and just keep it nice and low.
4-2.
Gupta with a very solid forehand loop off the serve.
Umpire was saying that ball was tossed a little backwards. You know what? Maybe now I understand why people are serving more backhand. I think I'm starting to get it. Mind you, we saw backhand serves called earlier today as well, so pretty strict on the service rules. Which, let's be fair, service rules typically across international table tennis have not been well enforced. So it's strict, but it's also kind of refreshing as well to actually see a little bit more pressure on the service rule enforcement. Where were these umpires when I was playing doubles? And again,
Gupta had the whole table open.
Yeah.
Just mistimed it.
Decision making's crucial. They can't afford to drop the second game. You saw what happened in the singles when Gina kind of gave a little breathing room. Joshin came back and ended up stealing away the match. It could very well happen here in the doubles as well. That one got some airtime.
I think with Ren, one of the elements she's going to be battling is whether she needs to finish the point early or she's comfortable with her controlled loop, but she's going to have to wait an extra rally for it to get back onto her paddle with Shirley Jung, who's played some really great balls on the forehand side. But right there, that's just an easy mistake.
Yeah, I think the swing is sometimes a little bit too much from the shoulder for Jung, so it's harder to control that follow-up ball. You can see the swing's a little bit long.
And Jung is doing a nice job on the
Ren,
low stuff.
Ren just got to be like, hey, put a racket on the ball. Like, don't swing at it, just put a racket on it and
place it to the corners, maybe guide it.
Yeah.
Don't need to make a big stroke or a fancy stroke. Just think about placement and let her get ready. Nice no spin serve. But that's what happens when you start worrying about your partner, then you start making easy mistakes yourself. But right now, Cornell coming right back in game 2. Just a lot of keep it on the table. Nothing fancy. Nice control, nice teamwork.
Cornell's back.
And Gupta just finally let the ball bounce and get up, playing it above the net versus trying to take it quickly off the bounce when it's not.
I mean, her 60 to 70% is enough.
Plenty. Yep.
It's enough to win these points.
Look for some deep serves.
And also, she needs to think about the fact that she's heading to Shirley. So, you know, if she can play heavy spin, it's probably better for her than trying to hit a winner.
And that's just a great shot by Shirley. Good presence of mind. Instead of staying with the push,
she's been solid on some of these serve receipts.
Oh yeah, I mean,
really
she's
solid.
keeping the ball so low and not playing a risky push. Went for it again, but she makes it. I can tell you that Ren is going to have no problem finishing the next ball. But now, Shirley's going to have to produce some quality serves. She cannot allow Gina to jump on this serve and take the offense away. Oh, that looked like it
would have been good. It would have been good.
And that's so smart by Ren. Just load up the first loop.
Gupta didn't really look that committed to it. She kind of stayed away from the contact a little.
Yep.
This is a huge point for Illinois.
A non-call on the let, but all the players. What a big point. Cornell fights to keep this game going, to stay alive. If somehow they can steal these 2 points. And you could see
can't afford that. Pushing off the side of the table.
Gina wondering what is happening.
At this point of the game,
no need to play it with that.
Can't afford to be pushing the ball off the side of the table. Oh, Jung went for it.
I really like that idea.
Yeah.
I mean, pushing it would have extended the rally, but that hit,
yeah,
there's no chance.
I mean, she had a clean look at it, to be honest.
Maybe add a little bit more topspin to bring it down.
Yeah.
But once again, we've been treated with some deuce games here between Cornell and Illinois. And look at that, and you can see the frustration on Gina Fu's face. And you can hear it with her stomps. And we are once again extreme overtime here.
Second battle of who can put the first ball in play. And so far, in these really important points, nobody can. I guarantee to you right now, for the rest of these points, literally, whoever puts the ball in play first will win the point.
Well, this is a good order for Illinois. If the serve comes off the end, we know what Ren is going to do. Zhang had it on her paddle. It was going for a little bit of a forehand hooking smash. This is a tough situation. What serve does Ren deliver? Hopefully. Oh, a net and an edge by Gupta.
It's going to be disappointing for Illinois. They definitely had the Cornell team breathing a lot faster there. They were under a lot of pressure. Only just got away with it there.
And the sense of relief, you see Gina Fu. Such a difference right after the singles play. Now to be up 2-0. And to know they can play a little bit more relaxed. Again, this is to get into the semifinals.
Some of the Coed team coming back.
I want to give credit to Shirley Zhang, just out there going for her shots.
I mean, if that ball had gone on, if she'd swung it a little bit less wide, I think that would have been a clean winner. There's honestly, like, yes, you know, there's some unforced errors, but it's like you said, the shot's there. It's either she takes the shot or she pushes the ball. Take the shot.
Yeah, there's...
Oops. I feel like both teams have rested heavily on the shoulders of their number one players.
Mm-hmm.
In the singles and now in the doubles as well. I do think Gupta has the skill set to alleviate a little bit more of that pressure off Gina's shoulders. I think it just comes down to shot selection. Nice shot by Ren.
5-2.
She covered a lot of ground to get to that too. Just whipped the ball back on. Again, Fu getting a racket on the ball. Another great serve return there from Shirley Zhang. Just kind of locks up the wrist and hits through the ball with the backhand. They've been outright winners when she's got them on.
big points right here for Illinois.
What a great deflection there.
That was a quality backhand loop by Ren. Just really going for it. Just zipping it, and somehow.
Just the only unfortunate thing about that is that it landed square in the middle of the backhand half of the table. And as we know from the singles, that is the place where Gina wants the ball to go the most. 8-4, 2-0. Cornell looking pretty good here to take their spot in the semifinal over Illinois, who've put up a great fight to get this match to the 5th. They put up a great fight in the first 2 games here, but this 3rd game is just getting away from them, and
Cornell is going to breathe a huge sigh of relief once they get this final point, because Illinois,
not the final point.
Illinois has given them everything they wanted to deal with. Credit Ren for playing a superb singles match, and then the first 2 games of this doubles, as you said, Matt.
Well, Cornell will advance to the semifinals of the women's team championship with a 3-2 win over Illinois. The 4 seeds overcoming the 6 seeds. Gina Fu, Joshin Ren in the singles, probably the best match of the day. I think it's going to be hard to top, but we'll see.
Absolutely.
We're going to see Joshin again. I don't know whether it's going to be on this table, but she is playing in the Coed team event against Yale. Right now, the second match out of that team tie has been played on table 2. It's been an absolute death match between Tia Shia and Marvin Yu. We're going to have Akash Padeshi and Kevin Guo playing here on table 1 in a few moments, and unfortunately for you at home, you're going to be stuck with me and Sean for the foreseeable future, because we still have quite a few matches to get through.
I don't know if they're going to let us go home tonight, but
yeah,
with the action this solid,
we're going to be commentating with the lights turned off, and we'll see everyone for that Yale versus Illinois match in just a few minutes.
One side is blue.
We'll take blue.
He's calling blue. And it is red, your choice. He chooses to serve first. You get your choice of ends. He chooses that end. Okay? Starts now.
Alright, so Kevin Guo representing Yale on the far side of the table, left-hander, taking on Akash Padeshi from Illinois. Tia and Marvin are still having their death match over on, or is it over?
No.
It's a timeout. 10-9 in the fifth timeout over there. So that's a bit of a Royal Rumble. And here on table one, it's 3-1. Kevin Guo off to a really good start. I seem to remember Kevin playing before. I haven't really seen... I don't know if he's been playing college table tennis, but he was pretty solid before. I think around like 2400 USATT rating, something like that. And I guess Cash will be the #1 player on the Illinois Coed team.
So Kevin is 15th seed in singles here.
Well, it looks like Marvin won.
And Akash is 39th, so on paper, the advantage is with Kevin. But as we've seen, the reason we play is it's not.
Well, we don't.
That's true.
Well, you do now. You've returned.
I'm not going to classify that as playing as much as it is supporting my teammates with my losses.
Akash doing a good job of keeping Kevin jammed in the corner a little bit, making that step around forehand a little bit harder to play.
Beautiful shot by Akash. He's a computer engineer graduate student. And Kevin is an applied mathematics major, a freshman, originally from Toronto, Canada. And Kevin takes game number 1.
Certainly more active with the forehand. Nice, steady first openings on the forehand. Not super aggressive on the first ball, but does a good job of keeping the ball low to the net. So Illinois are actually in the lead in this team match right now.
With this being actually match 1, but match 2 finished up in a barn-burning 11-9 in the 5th. So we've got a number of mixed singles matches in this co-ed battle. Kevin starts out strong here in game 2. After splitting the first 2 points on his serve. And that loop catches the net and goes long as the players are tied up 2 apiece. Nice flip over the table by Akash.
Not much you can do about that. A nice little inside-out angle on that at the same time.
In this match between Yale and Illinois, we've got our female star for Illinois, Ren, out for more duties. She should get overtime pay for the amount of match play after a great singles match, then a tight doubles match. Now she's back out for co-ed singles.
I'll tell you one thing, it's a good thing she's in college and not over 30, because you don't get out of bed in the morning tomorrow if you play those.
Her shoulder probably be a little sore in the morning.
And her back from trying to carry the team. Some nice forehand counters from Akash.
Akash continues just to find his rhythm. A number of just nice quality attacks from the mid-court. Once again, just timing has been perfect. Just using Kevin Guo's power against him.
I do think that Guo's kind of played more one pace in the second game. In the first game, he played the first loop quite slow and then powered through the second ball. This time he's whipping the first ball a little bit more.
Big points here. Oh, Guo goes for a big forehand flip that lands in the bottom of the net. And Guo gets another game point.
Been a bit of a messy second game for him, so I'm sure he'll be hoping he can close it out straight away here. I think Akash has really shown that he can bring the level to compete. So that's definitely going to take some mounting pressure off Guo for Yale, giving him the 2-0 lead. Obviously, Yale, they need this point, being down 1-0. So place in the co-ed team's quarterfinal on the line. Padeshi definitely getting in some great forehands. Also, obviously, Guo being left-handed. If Akash can drive that ball out wider to the forehand. I guess the thing for me is Akash has played, aside from the handful of really great forehands, he's played mostly control. I don't know if that's enough to raise the bar for him. Oh, yep, that ain't coming back. I don't know if that playing strategy is enough to raise the bar against Kevin. I feel like the more shots Kevin hits against blocks, the easier it's going to be for him to find his rhythm. But that, if he can do that.
What a loop over the table. I mean, that, no hesitation, full swing, driving it cross court. I think normal tactics against a lefty is somehow get that ball out to the forehand early. That time, Akash just took it right into the hornet's nest on the backhand side with a ripping forehand. Oh, Kevin Guo, great step around, backhand corner.
Really, the battle of the forehands out there right now.
A little bit of home run derby as they both are going big. Akash very smart, just getting that first loop in, making Guo come up with the goods.
Interesting play. A little bit flat on the forehand follow-up. Needed to be a bit more trajectory on that, especially given it's down the line. You need to be very careful about your net clearance.
And that time, Akash gotta let that ball bounce. Desire to make that first offensive shot. Timing so critical.
So all tied up at 5-5. I just think as great as Akash has been able to play some of these points, he hasn't really been able to create any separation.
Great hands off the net ball.
That was a very wild shot selection for Guo to try and end that. He almost looks a little rattled. Like his last two shots were.
Little scrambling as well as rushed. Oh, look at, whoa, caught the edge of the paddle.
Oh, nice.
What a fight back from the backcourt by Kevin Guo.
Slapped that in the highlight reel.
This was one heck of a backhand out to the forehand, and then just continued the attack. Great controlled loop. Super timing to get back within one with the hope of just finishing up this match in this game.
Nice. Really heavy push from Akash, but I mean, that's a really high, it's a higher level skill, is when a ball is being played backspin and it's heavy, but you can take the timing early and use the speed of the push to kind of help you with your shot. Not easy to pull off, and Kevin Guo getting himself a little back on track.
Gaining the upper hand on the spin factor as he continues to get that loop into play early. Look at that excellent table coverage, very tight with that loop above the table surface.
I mean, when he's playing like that, it's quite one-sided.
Wang Chu Chin getting that lefty hooking forehand.
I'm sure he'll be very flattered to hear you say that on the live stream. As any lefty would be, or any player in general.
Look at that.
Big finish.
What a finish.
11-7, 3-0. Kevin Guo wins over Akash Padeshi.
New Haven has to be happy.
So I guess we will have David Sun and Alexander Chastine on table 1 next, I assume. I guess we'll see. There are rackets coming out onto the table, so let's assume that's the next match. That's a safe assumption. We'll be back in a minute.
One side is red, one side is blue. Who has the call?
Blue.
He calls blue, and it is red. It's your call.
Receive.
He chooses to receive. You get your choice of ends.
I'll take this.
This end. Okay. Warm up starts right now.
tied up at 1 match each. Joshin Ren on table 2. Looks like she's probably going to put Illinois up 2-1. So David Sun is probably going to have an opportunity to close out here if he can catch the win against Alexander Chastine from Yale. This is Coed team round of 16. Long forehand there from Sun, straight into the net. Nice adjustment there from Chastine. So Illinois are 2-1 in the lead. Yale's hopes rest on the shoulders of Alexander Chastine right now. He's up 4-3. A little bit overpowered on that shot there.
But I do like the fact that he gave himself the calm down motion.
If it works, yeah. There's motioning and then there's a
little cyber edge there. So as Matt, you were saying, Chastine is using one of the Stiga cyber shape paddles.
Me? I wasn't saying that.
And we do want to mention sponsors of this event, starting with Paddle Palace, supplying, you can see towel boxes on the table when we see multiple angles, but also Nataku balls are the official ball. And so Chastine went for the around the net shot, couldn't quite land it, but Stiga tables are being used along with Stiga barriers, and of course we also have
Pong Space and Pika Pong. Have you tried those Pika Pong rackets?
No, I watched a video online.
They had a little mini tournament here last year, during last year's competition. And I actually played, and I thought I was going to win, but I lost. Yeah, pretty interesting to play with.
But they're using a table.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Well, the paddle is slightly different.
Yeah, it's kind of a wooden blade with dimples in it. It's like, you know that phobia people have, like when they don't like seeing like holes and things? If somebody had that phobia, they would flip out looking at that paddle. But they are quite fun to play with, as a side note.
And also, Go Rockford is one of the NCTTA sponsors this year for the championships.
Sun definitely looks a little bit more technically sound when he's on the attack. That serve was kind of straight up and down. Into and Sun just splitting away here at the end of the first game.
He's just building the point a lot more securely. He's getting that forehand into play. Really putting Chastine on the defensive. You can't be pushing 2 balls in a row there. And Illinois in the driver's seat right now, fighting for a chance to get into the quarterfinals in the Coed team event.
I mean, Marvin Yu's singles win over Tia could be the decisive flipping point of this match. Illinois are the 10th seeds. Yale are the 7th seeds. Illinois looking like they're in a better position to advance.
A little hometown advantage or home state. But yeah, Chastine has to do something to impose his will, because right now he's just playing kind of as a rebound board where he's not putting much force into it other than just receiving a lot of strong attacks.
I do wonder maybe what Kevin Gore's college rating is then. I don't know if he... Wait, no, actually that's irrelevant. Never mind. I don't know where I'm going with that. It's been a long day. Oh, Chastine backs off the table and clips the net. So he'll get the first point on the board in game 2. He's quite tall. Not bad. Backed way off the table there. Wide angle there on that last ball.
Almost got it to bend in.
I do think if Sun can back Chastine off the table, he definitely has an advantage in those rallies. Chastine's pretty soft, doesn't really go for counterattacks once he's backed off, or at least not that we've seen so far. Then it's basically Sun versus himself to
exactly
make sure he wins the point.
Chastine does a much better job if he stays up at the table to play his... That wasn't a defensive block, that was a little bit more... Oh, look at that shot now. Finding some rhythm. Yale would like nothing more than to get a chance to get into the doubles.
Yeah, to be completely honest, I would probably favor them in the doubles. I mean, they're not the 7th seeds for nothing.
Wow. That ball clipped the top of the net, but credit Chastine for playing the right shot. He's got to play offensive now within 4 points of evening. Oh. David's son with a very scary edge on the forehand side of the table.
Scary edge. Nice. Wow, great serve. That was heavy.
Chastine.
That could
be a huge,
extremely costly point.
Trying to get a freebie by going deep, and that toss was a little suspect, but he gets the point. Almost appears that Chastine wants to win points as quickly as possible without doing any work but just using an aggressive serve to steal some quick points. Sun much more deliberate on getting the point going and getting that first attack in.
Whoa. That's going for broke, that's for sure. Unfortunately, it's also a shot that can leave you broke as well. It's pretty risky. That's on.
Oh, that almost climbed over.
I mean, if he backs him off the table on the forehand, there's really not much going on. So usually, like, if you get backed off the table, you want to make it difficult by fishing with a little topspin, trying to add a little bit of kick to the ball. Most of Chastine's returns when he's backed off the table, he's just kind of putting a racket to it. Wow, that was a great serve return.
I mean, if you're going to go for broke, I mean, you can see the follow through. It was staying on the other side of the table. It comes back in. This is a really big point for Yale.
Go!
And a push off the side of the table.
11-9. I mean, that one was close. I don't know if I would say David Sun was completely in control of that game at all.
No, he had to come back after being down.
Yeah.
Quite a few, but again, Sun worked his way back into the game, made all of his shots count, and that was a nasty edge that he pulled off in order to get back into the game.
A scary edge.
Scary. Both nasty and scary. But Chastine gave everything he had, mixing it up with some deep serves and going for some monster forehand attacks, playing from the backcourt. Illinois, one game away from reaching the quarterfinals here at the Coed National Championships for NCTTA. David Sun trying to march his team towards victory. Backhand serve has been extremely effective here in this match. Once again, heavy underspin. Wins the point directly. And then a nice combination here of opening up off of Chastine's serve.
Nice forehand over the table.
Chastine once again going for broke with the offense, unable to connect, and now must score on these two serves of his because he cannot afford to go down. Oh, what a great forehand by Chastine. To bring it within one.
You almost feel like Sun just swung a little bit too early. He actually was getting there into good enough position. He should have just picked it up late. There was a lot of ground to cover, and literally, like I said before, Chastine just puts his racket on the ball when he's backed off on the forehand.
But Sung's backhand underspin serve has been paying the rent.
Nice.
I mean, this is a total workout for Sun. Just getting his forehand one time after another and then driving everything he has.
Ace.
Down the middle. Again, Chastine getting a lot of free points, just pushing pushes back.
Made that backup play so early on. He was right up at the table when he fished that first ball.
But the power that David Sun had on that final smash. And that's painful for Yale. Chastine has to make sure he gets this serve over the net. And he gets a nice opening loop to bring it within one. Oh no.
Oh man. Not now.
Not the best time to go for the deep serve. I mean, that missed by a good foot and a half.
I mean, it doesn't need to do that. It's an unnecessary risk.
But then the deep serve with nothing on it puts Illinois match point team tie.
Just to add some suspense. Timeout by Yale. Is anyone on any of these benches aware of how risky it is to call a timeout at 9-10 down? I can't say that. I've done that once before. 10-11 down in the fifth. Won 3 points in a row after the timeout. But as soon as I called the timeout, I felt like an idiot. However,
you can't argue with success.
Can't argue with results. Backhand serves and doubles. Timeouts at 9-10 down.
And then override the umpire and call the let yourself.
Yeah. Oh, well, he got away with murder on that one. That was not a good serve. And Chastine handled it really well.
But then blocked the net ball. Oh, a lot of pushes here.
Oh, stop. Yeah, this is... Playtime's over. Oh, no. Oh, what a finish. Oh, my God.
What a point. Easily the best point of the match. Lobbing, fishing, edge balls, smashes, and Illinois moves into the quarterfinals.
I forgot about that. I said, right. Yeah, 10th seed, Illinois. wins 3 matches to 1 over Yale. We won't see a final doubles from them. There is no tie break to break. And I think that will conclude our team event coverage for today. However, we're flipping back to doubles. We have Women's Championship doubles semifinals. I was going to say coming up at 7, but it's already 8. So coming up next. That's UCLA against NYU. Joanna Sung and Angie Tan, the number 1 seeds, taking on Anastasia Wong and Tiffany Lam. Duo we've seen a couple of times here on the table. We'll be right back.